Will the council meeting of June 27th, 2025 please come to order? It is now 9:03 a.m. And the morning greeting, if you wish to use it, is from Greece. And it is Yasu, Yasu. So welcome members of the public here and wherever you are. Ms. Clerk, please proceed with roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Proceeding with roll call, for any members participating remotely, please just let us know if anyone other than minors are with you. Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Aloha kakahiaka Chair and Yasu to all my colleagues in the chambers and in Akakulan.
Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Yasu to everybody. And I'd like to welcome the Ka'ikupukui youth group that's in the chambers today and welcome to watch the proceedings of our
Could
meeting.
you stand up so everybody can see who you are? Yasu. And thank you for coming.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha kakayaka and Yasu kako.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aloha Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and Yasu is the word. Thank you.
Councilmember Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka Chair. There are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office, and I'll say what many are thinking is pretty brutal of you to put Wailea 670 in the same week that we took up Bill 9. No rest for us.
I know.
Yeah, no
I'm a
story.
slave driver. Oh, but I did want to ask, Member Paulton, do we have, is your office ready for testifiers? Not yet.
Not yet,
Not yet.
because Christian is escorting the wrestlers to the continent.
Oh, okay. All right, just checking. Member Cook.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha Friday, Yasu. There's currently no testifiers in the KA office, but people are on standby.
Okay.
And I'm looking for today's meeting and hoping everybody has a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nohelani U'uhajins.
Excuse for now.
And Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka Chair and Yasu. There are no testifiers in Hana, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair
And there
returning-
she is.
Yes.
You forgot your tiara.
Councilmember Nohelani U'uhajins.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
And Council Chair Alice Lee.
Good morning, and Yasu, everyone.
Chair, you have 9 members present. For the record, I am the County Clerk, Moana Ludi, and seated next to me is the Deputy Clerk, Rochelle Thompson. From our Legislative Division staff, we have Lauren Saldana, Del Yoshida, Arthur Suyama, Chris Minford, and Rada Antone. And assisting the council with maintaining order and decorum is our Council Ambassador, Ryan Martins. Joining the meeting from the Office of Council Services is Director David Rotz and Deputy Director Rochelle Kawasaki. From the Department of the Corporation Council, we have the First Deputy, Mimi Desjardins.
All right, and opening remarks will be provided by Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aloha Chair, council members, community members. I'm happy to start today's meetings off with opening remarks, and thank you for this chance to speak to the body. Today, I want to speak about my Okinawan grandma, Sono Oba, and some of her stories that hold a lot of wisdom. Years ago, when my cousin got stationed into Schofield Barracks and I moved to Maui, my grandma gave me some good advice. She said, Gabriel, she couldn't pronounce my name very well. She said, Gabriel, don't make enemy on an island because the war will never end. And I thought about that coming from her particular life experience. Sono Oba survived the Battle of Okinawa, known as the Typhoon of Steel, during the World War II. She was young then, about 17 years old. She was the daughter of a nobleman, spoiled, hard-headed, with a wicked sense of humor, and proud. She had a horse, and no one in her village had a horse. So she flaunted it. She got in trouble riding her horse through rice paddies and potato patches. And when the Battle of Okinawa started on April 1st and the bombs rained down, her father led her village to the northern mountains with only their clothes on their back and a few prized possessions. Sonoba took her beloved horse. For 3 months, they hid in the caves in the mountains among the Japanese soldiers who used many of them as cannon fodder, and war was hell. War is hell. They ran out of food quickly, and soon Sonoba's horse was looking as a viable option. She fought them. Her horse was her best friend, her confidant, and the one thing that set her apart from the rest. But her people were starving, and even her father said they had no choice. So they killed it and cooked it on the fire. She was stubborn and refused to eat it. She told me that she had a fierce inner battle, hunger versus pride, and hunger's always going to win. But pride slowed her decision, and by the time she decided to eat the meat of her beloved horse, it had turned rotten and maggot-ridden. She ate it anyways, and she ate her pride. It did not taste good, but it sustained her life and saved her from dying with the 100,000 Okinawan civilians that died in that 3-month war. When the Americans discovered her, her father and most of her village were dead, and she was taken back with the soldiers and found companionship in the ruins. After the war, she was married to an American known as Mr. Johnson. Her brother had been fighting in China at the time of the Okinawan, during the time of the Okinawan invasion, and was later captured by the Russians, an even bigger enemy of the Americans. For an Okinawan or Japanese to be captured was great dishonor, but he was alive, and with Mr. Johnson's help, he was returned to Okinawa. She told me the story 100 times of how nervous she was when her former samurai soldier brother arrived at her house to meet her new American husband, and how her hands shook when she served them tea, imagining just a year ago her husband and her brother were mortal enemies, and now she was planning to serve them dinner. Oh, what would they talk about? How would she manage this? What were they going to eat? The tension was palpable. So then I asked her, Grandma, did they fight? And she said to me bluntly, nah, they like my food. She was wise to find that common ground. Members, as we move forward today in today's meeting and in the next month, let's take a few moments to reflect, be grateful for the lives that we have, remove our pride, and move forward. Let's find that common ground that we all share and say yatta when we serve our community. Yatta means like, good job, we did it. Mahalo, Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you for that beautiful story. Thank you. Now, everyone, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we proceed with today's agenda, may I please request that everyone keep their microphones muted unless it's your turn to speak. As a reminder, testimony must pertain to items on the meeting agenda. When testifying, please direct your remarks to the council and not to any individual council member or member of the public. Each testifier will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on each item. For individuals wishing to testify on Teams, please click the Raise Your Hand button to be added to the testifier log. If you are calling in, please follow the phone prompts to be added to the testifier log. If you wish to testify anonymously, please sign in as anonymous, and you will be given a testifier number. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Any person who behaves in a manner that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting can, at the discretion of the presiding officer or a majority of present council members, be ejected or banned from council meetings, or if participating remotely, muted or dropped from the meeting. Examples of disruptive behavior include, but are not limited to, heckling, shouting, use of profanity, threatening or slanderous remarks made to any member of the council, staff, or general public. All meeting attendees, whether online or in person, are expected to wear clothing in a manner that is respectful of others and appropriate for these proceedings. Ms. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Proceeding with the presentation of oral testimony. At this time, anyone who would like to may testify on any matter on the agenda. We'll be starting with our Chief of Police, Chief Pelletier, to be followed by Kevin Spellman. Chief Pelletier will be testifying on CR 24-120.
Aloha.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, Yasu. And I have to say, Councilmember Johnson, that is so poignant and appropriate, not just for the area we are in, but you know, for a greater cause and place. And so I really commend you for the leadership on that. I am speaking on 24-120, and I just need to say to the council, mahalo for all your support for this police department, for this community, and for public safety. Later next month, I believe the 24th, which is a Thursday by design, although don't hold me to that exactly, you'll be receiving invitations for the blessing of the air unit that is only possible because of the leadership that you guys have provided. And some of the functions on that have actually exceeded what we thought was possible. And I look forward to really showing you that. Now, to speak about 120 and the amendment, specifically why we're here and why K-9 is here, the amendment allows for a joint police and fire station on 2 acres of land. That will house our K-9 and soon to be SWAT section. We are building and we are ready with the first 2 of 8 patrol K-9s here on Maui. They'll be fully functioned and deployed in the fall. Their handlers are here. Some of the K-9 section is here. And why that's so important is they need their own facility in order to do that. And because of the memorial park that will be there for our first responders, the K-9s will actually have a maintained facility right by their station that will allow them that ability. That first responder park, we lost a firefighter here in not too long ago, and we had 7 law enforcement members of our community, and I know that people from the council have been at our memorial. The front of a police station where records is, that everybody walks at, is not hallowed ground. It's not an appropriate place, and this community doesn't have anything for that. This allows us to actually have that facility. It'll be designed and purchased, designed, and some of the purchasing for that will be along with the agreement. I've received an MOU saying that that's what the intended purpose is, and I just wanted to ask for the support of that by the council. It's not lost on me that these things are sometimes divisive and sometimes we search for that common ground. But the goal of this and the purpose of my testimony is to make this the safest community possible with the progressive, forward-thinking, and implementation of the leadership of my department and some of the plans that we have. We will make this community safer and we will honor our fallen heroes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any questions for the chief? Yes, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Chief. Mahalo for your testimony today. So the proposals that you shared with the plan 2 acres, if the project is approved or if the CR recommendations pass today, could those ideas of memorial K-9 unit be done on 2 acres somewhere else?
Yes, they certainly can. I would not say that they can't. There's no way I could tell you, yeah, that couldn't happen anywhere else. Of course it could.
Mahalo, Chief.
Yes.
Mahalo, Chair.
Anyone else? Members? If not, thank you, Chief. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Kevin Spellman. And Mr. Spellman, if you could please let us know what matter you will be testifying on, and he will be followed by Kay Anderson. Kevin Spellman, this is your opportunity to testify. All right, Chair, we're going to move on to Kay Anderson, who will be testifying on Committee Report 24-120, and will be followed by Michael Hill.
Lauren. Camera keeps going off.
Aloha, council members and Yasu. My name is Kay Anderson, and I'm here representing Wailea 808. I really wish we could go back to the original agreement the county council made with this developer, where they were required to widen Beilani and 7 workforce housing units. But it seems whenever the developer returns to the county for more concessions, the county council caves and grants them their concessions over the INA. Why? While this development is already approved, the developer continues to chip away at the public benefits and request fundamental changes to the original plan approved in 2008. These proposed changes make the project worse by reducing affordable housing from 700 units down to 288, removing the community benefits and setting a dangerous precedent for all future Maui projects. There is legal standing to hold them to 450 affordable homes, but no one has called the developer's bluff that building what they promised doesn't pencil out. Hanua Ula Partners LLC has demonstrated a troubling pattern of broken promises, inadequate planning, and disregard of community concerns about the serious consequences of a short-sighted development. Most recent changes of this luxury developer continue to place Maui's environment, history, infrastructure, safety, and affordable housing at risk. If we remove the legal jargon, complex permitting process, and confusing acronyms, ultimately we must ask, who do these changes benefit? Who is the development being built for? What is being prioritized in these plans? The answer should be clear. Every government official, commissioner, and council member promises to fight for the INA and support local families, affordable housing, yet when we need these commitments more than ever, this turns out to be yet another luxury housing development, one that drives up the cost of living and strains our limited resources, all in exchange for a few temporary affordable units. I worked in a large multi-million-dollar sales, and once the contract was signed, there was no going back to renegotiate the deal. You, our representatives, the Maui County Council, must always keep in mind what is in the best interest of the residents of Maui County. I cannot believe you even provided Hanua Ula Partners LLC with a second, third, and fourth bite of the apple. Just say no. Stop this going back over and over again. Thank you for your time.
Next. Any questions? Oh, are there any questions? Member Paulton?
I was too nervous to talk, and you want a question? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Yes.
And I just wanted to clarify, like, you don't have any issue with them taking out the golf course and putting in the native plant nursery. It's just the things that the community needs, like the housing, the road widening, and like that.
I thought we were here talking about 670, and that has nothing to do with 670.
Oh, it
Correct.
does. It's part of the requirements.
Oh, those are some of the changes that they wanted to make, like take out the golf course and add some things like that. First responder park, you don't have issue with those changes. It's the changes on the affordable housing decrease and the road widening issues and things that we need. Is that correct?
Well,
Or you really wanted the golf course in there?
what we have some concerns with in that aspect is changing the open spaces that we've had for over 50 years. And I have met with the principal of the golf courses, and I believe the changes that are going to be made will impact the resources necessary to make the changes that he's doing. And we do not have the infrastructure and resources to do what he's planning to do in the golf course. And that's our biggest concern. We do not have the road infrastructure. We do not have the water to support that. And those are the reasons why we don't want that to happen. In fact, I spoke at the budget meeting. You were there. And I told you that the county has not paired infrastructure with growth. So if you'd like to have a real long discussion with me, I would love to sit down and have that discussion with you. Right now, we are way behind the 8 ball in doing any further development, even for 670. And I didn't talk about that in here. I would like to go back to the original agreement that you had, where you had 700 affordable housing and the PE I've been here long enough. It took 14 years to get a stoplight installed that the developer was supposed to do as soon as the development was finished. 14 years for a single stoplight. So why was the PE removed from the original agreement? And you're putting in 1,100 homes, whether they're a mixture of workforce housing and luxury homes. And the fact that we're in a water restriction right now, and no further water permits are being added for these developers. And we're talking about letting another developer put in 1,100 homes in the golf course and restructuring those golf courses. Our issues are, we have precious resources that are not available for any further growth. Even 670, the Kama'ale Aquifer is already at its max, and we're destroying the natural resources we have on Maui just to build these luxury homes.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Member Sugimura.
Thank you. What was the name of your organization?
Wailea 808.
Okay,
And
thank you.
just because it's Wailea 808, it's really supporting all of South Maui.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. That was the question I was going to ask. Aloha, Ms. Anderson. Mahalo for your testimony. Is Wailea 808 a community organization? Or?
It is a nonprofit as of April 22nd, 2025.
Okay, mahalo for that clarification. Mahalo, Chair.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Michael Hill, testifying on CR 24-120, to be followed by Janice Hill.
Good morning, council members.
Member?
My name is Michael Hill. I've lived on Maui for about 30 years, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments regarding Bill 171 and 172 that I see was on the agenda for today, and I was kind of surprised to see it on the agenda just tacked on to the end of 6 pages of other things that you're supposed to be addressing today. It would almost seem as if somebody was hoping that if they shoved it in there with a bunch of other stuff, maybe not very many people would notice. But in the past, this has drawn a lot of attention. In fact, I testified at the Maui Council meeting regarding these bills earlier. I've been before the Planning Commission. I testified at the Kihei community hearing, which almost didn't happen. This bill was almost pushed through without the required hearing until several people pointed out that it was required. And the overall thing I can say from all that testimony, about 50 people at the council meeting, over 60 people at the public hearing, even though it was scheduled in the morning in the middle of the week, which would have been inconvenient for a lot of people. But by several different calculations that I've heard, 90% of the testimony was against these bills. Now that seems to be a pretty loud statement from the Maui community. And so what I would say to the council members now, when you get a chance to vote on this, you have a choice. You can vote for what the majority of the Maui community, your constituents, the people you represent, want, or you can vote for what a wealthy mainland developer wants. And if you choose to vote for the developer, I would have to question what your motive would be to do so, because it certainly would not be to support the community of Maui.
2,200 homes. In 1989, a flawed EIS approved the project, claiming there were no archaeological sites. The Sierra Club and Maui United challenged this EIS in 2012. In 2008, a continental American developer bragged about getting such a good deal on the Wailea 670 property that they could build 50% affordable homes, 700 out of 1,400. By 2016, The developer reached an agreement to protect over 160 acres of endangered wildlife and ancient Hawaiian village. 2025, we finally had a hearing in South Maui. Despite 90% of the testimony opposing the development, the Planning Commission approved it, even though the Water Department couldn't confirm enough potable water for the project. Cal Chip Chase insisted the 450 affordable homes would not pencil out. Today, I'm at percent affordable homes along with market value homes, and it did pencil out without building luxury homes. Priority was given to service professionals like nurses, teachers, firemen, police officers. It can be done. They probably made a profit, but not a killing.
Any questions, members, on the member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hill. So just clarifying, you think that maybe if the square footage was a little bit more modest, maybe no granite countertops or water features and the like, that they could fulfill their commitments?
It depends on definition of affordable and definition of luxury.
Thank you.
Any more questions, members? Okay, does that complete your testimony?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Kevin Spellman testifying on CR 24-120, and he will be followed by Paula Kalanico.
Hello, my name is Kevin Spellman. I'm a political economist, University of Vermont and Norwich University trained. Bill 171 and 172 require a return to committee for the following reasons. First, it is necessary to assign a meaning to the term affordable. Affordable is often relative to the target group. For Wailea 670, the target group may be C-suite inhabitants, for whom $10 million is affordable. Whereas for a Maui County staff planner, $400,000 is affordable. The disparity has significant implications. Second, the council should take this opportunity to assign explicit and definitive meanings to the terms must, shall, and may, applicable globally to assist members of the executive and legislative branches when interpreting and enforcing code. For Wailea 670, must replaced shall, creating a bikeable, walkable, recreatable, green paradise of amenities and cultural resources. Regarding workforce housing, may replaced shall. The developer may construct 1,400 units, or they may not. The lack of definitive number precludes the determination of required workforce housing units. I anticipate the developer's final unit number to be 1,000, for which the code would require 25% to be workforce housing. Coincidentally, and this is what I find most disingenuous, is that the developer may build 250 workforce housing units in the North Kihei's light industrial zone. On one hand, the council may say workforce housing is important, while the developer sends those units over to the concrete jungle. Sure, they get a 2-acre park, which lacks a description and could be a plot of dirt. Irrigation, unlikely. Facilities, doubtful. A far cry from the green grass and ocean view paradise of Wailea 670. The council might then say that we are not responsible for the developer's decision to build those units in the light industrial zone. You would be correct. However, what you are accountable for is providing the developer the opportunity to move and build those units in North Kihei. So, will the council continue to exacerbate Maui's housing crisis and further segregate our community based on income, or will they not? I leave it to the council to determine which option best aligns with the people's will and which with the money. Furthermore, which of those interests do you find most compelling?
Members, any questions? Member Cook.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. So you're under the understanding that there's still an option to build affordable housing in North Kihei?
Yeah.
Okay. My understanding that's not an option anymore, but thank you for pointing that out. I think it's very valid. I think it was changed because exactly what you said.
Okay.
So anyway, thank you for your testimony.
Any more questions? Member Paulton.
Thank you. I just had a couple clarifications on the testimony that you gave. When you said that they're required to build 25% of the project as affordable,
Workforce.
as workforce, that's just because of the developer's wrong math. Because my understanding what the code said is 25% of the market value homes are workforce, which isn't the same math
I'm
as
not sure.
25% of the entirety of the project.
I think the workforce housing, chapter 2, I think specifies 25% of the total number of units. I don't think it says a market. I'm not sure though. I'd have to re-examine that.
I mean, it would be better, 25% of the whole, and then it would be less confusing because I think the former consultant made that mistake, which we'll take it. The other question I had was when you said that this should go back to committee, is that in all part because it's a committee report from last term and a committee that doesn't exist anymore, or no?
I think my point is that it needs to go back to a deliberative body that can make changes, especially a definition, as I stated, for affordable. And those three terms, take this opportunity now to do that in some committee. I imagine the committee that would go back to would be land use.
I guess, because it seems like a foregone conclusion because there was a mistake made in which this was before us in December, and then it never went to have a hearing in the community. And so now instead of the process of it going to a committee, it's coming right back as though that public hearing never occurred. Instead of public hearing and then committee deliberation
Okay, I
and then
think
council.
that's not a clarifying question. I don't think he talked about that.
Well, he did say it should go back to committee, and I'm trying to clarify. But okay.
I mean, if you want to talk about the
Anita.
routing of this particular legislation, I mean, I did bring that up.
But do you want to answer her question? You
Was
seem
there a
like
question? Or it seems like you were just describing like the current routing for the legislation. So
No.
draw me a picture.
Excuse me.
Okay.
She's asking you a question because
What's the
that's what the
question?
members get to do.
Was that
is-
the reason that you thought, was that part of the reason why you thought it should go back to committee because it didn't follow the process?
No, it's not. The past process is the past process. Whatever occurred, I have no issues with. I just think that it needs to go back to a more deliberative, focused body to clarify certain elements, including a definitive final number of units.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. In your testimony, you used the word segregation. In the context of your testimony, why did you choose, could you clarify why you chose to use that word as a descriptive word?
Which word?
Segregation.
Yeah, so the lower income, the workforce housing has three categories of, I believe 3 or 5 categories of income. And those are extremely low. And then when you compare those to the incomes of, say, Maui Meadows, which is right next door, there's going to be quite a disparity there. So it is, in fact, taking a population of potential residents in terms of a geographic location and then separating them based on their income by moving one of those, a portion of that larger population to another location.
Mahalo for that clarification, Mahalo Chair.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next testifier is Paula Kalanikau, testifying on CR 24-120, and she will be followed by Captain Joy Medeiros.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Paula Kalanikau. I come from the Moku of Kulakai. I lived there for, many years, 1963 to be exact. And I have seen so many growth there, and I'm here today not for myself. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for the children after me and those after me and after me and after me. And that is my greatest concern today. I am in opposition CR 24-120, and I am in support of CCA 24-30. We are in dire need of our low-income housing in preference to luxury homes. In the past, we were offered at one time of 700 homes. Now we're down to 400 homes. And then a proposition of 288 homes. I don't think so. I do not think so. Go further on that the state was also proposed by the developers to build a state highway that would also cost us taxpayers more money, whereas the developers had originally said that they would do that. That has changed. Many things has changed throughout the years. We are in dire need of affordable homes, but to build the housing before the roadway improvement is not a great idea. I think our traffic currently is in dire need of improvement, so we're talking about the infrastructure. And that is a priority, priority, priority. I cannot say any more than what I already have said in the past. I'm just repeating myself. So water restriction is a problem, and is always going to be a problem if we don't address this system now. I know, I live there and I see this happening. I am sorry, I am taking all the time, but we see a real problem here before our eyes. You give an inch, they want a mile. That's not gonna happen. It's on you, council members. It is on you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kalanikau.
Thank you.
Our questions, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I believe, aloha, Ms. Kalanikau. I believe she said she was testifying on CR 24-120 and also said that she supported CC 24-30, and that those are two items, and she was given 3 minutes. So Ms. Kalanikau, were you finished with your testimony, or did you have a little bit more? Because you rightfully should have been given another 3 minutes because you did cite CC 24-30.
Yes, I am.
Ms. Kalanikau, so you finished with the first item, so you begin on the second item. You would not continue on the first item, okay?
Yeah, so what I was really trying to close at this moment is that I would like to see our housing come to be. I may not see it during my time, but I would like to see it during the children that be after me and those that are now just growing up. I probably cannot see this happen immediately, but I hope to see this happen in a near future for our children. We cannot just keep putting this off for our low-income housing people as they are in dire need. We have Lahaina that we're dealing with all over the island, people that are in need. And I just want to let you know my concern. And with this, I want you to know that the state motto is O Maokea o Kainai Pokono, which it means this land is perpetuated in righteousness, not in richness. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo again, Ms. Kalanikau, for your testimony. So CC 24-30 is the amendment to keep the 450 affordable units in the project district in this bill.
Yeah.
And that's what you're testifying to support?
Yes.
To keep the 450
yes.
affordable units in the project district?
Yes.
Okay, mahalo for that clarification. And because your expectation of government is to do the will of the community and what the residents are saying.
Correct.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Jen.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Thank you, Chair. The next testifier is Captain Joy Medeiros, testifying on Committee Report 24-120, to be followed by Lieutenant Chris Guntala.
Good morning, Chair, Council members. I'm Captain Joy Medeiros, and I'm here to speak to Agenda Item CR 24-120. Specifically about a memorial park proposed for the Department of Fire and Public Safety and the Maui Police Department. This memorial park would stand as a testament to the legacy of our first responders. It would remind us of how precious life is and the cost of protecting it. It would serve as an enduring symbol of our community's gratitude, respect, unwavering commitment to those who serve and have fallen. Every U.S. state has a law enforcement memorial or dedicated space to recognize and remember its fallen officers. The Hawaii Law Enforcement Memorial is located in Honolulu. However, unlike the continental United States, residents from our county are unable to simply drive to the memorial, therefore facing significant barriers such as airfare, transportation, and in some situations, lodging, just to be able to visit and honor their loved ones. For me, being in law enforcement, we do not do this job for glory. There is no expectation of praise or recognition on any level. Rather, the expectation is one of prevention, because every action we take, regardless of intent, has a possibility of being scrutinized by the media and criticized by the public. Still, with every new day, we choose to serve, knowing fully well the ultimate sacrifice we potentially risk making. Even that sacrifice, though as immense and unchanging as it is, can be forgotten with day-to-day life. An empty space at the table, a voice that is silenced, a presence that is reduced to only being felt. Those irreversibly harsh truths are really only carried by the loved ones of those lost. For the people who have paid the ultimate sacrifice and those that they love, life has been frozen in time. The fact is that our fallen heroes deserve much more than a park being named for them. They deserve much more than our earthly powers can give. This park is a small offering of gratitude, a tribute to their bravery to honor the sacrifice they've made for our community. This park should be named for them because there should be a sanctuary, a place filled with laughter, a space for families from this community to be reminded of the lives that were saved and the lives that were forever changed because of the lives that were lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Captain Medeiros. I just wanted to clarify that your support for the park and the lives extends to housing them when they're alive, and that your support for the park doesn't mean that you don't also support keeping the 450 affordable housing in the project as well.
You know, one of the units I actually command is our core unit. So we actually work very closely with our unsheltered population, and therefore we definitely need more housing.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions? If not, thank you. Good to see you too.
Chair, the next testifier is Lieutenant Chris Gontala, testifying on Committee Report 24-120, to be followed by George Burnett.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate you guys' time in this matter. I'm Lieutenant Chris Gontala. I'm in charge of our K-9 unit. We have some of our K-9s back there. We want to start with our mission as the Maui Police Department is obviously to serve our county and our community the best that we can. And with one of those things, it is with our K-9 program that we provide. Just an update, we recently got 2 apprehension K-9s that are in training and will be deployed soon. And we also got an explosive K-9, which we never did have before. And our vision, like the chief said earlier, is to add 6 more K-9s. So we're kind of building out a program kind of big. Right now, to envision that helping the community the best we can is that we don't have an area in Kihei per se that we have our K-9 stored. All our K-9s is actually stored in a central area. So with that proposed area for the police department, we'll be able to have some K-9s there that we can easily deploy that can assist the entire Chicago and Kihei area and their community. That's the main part that I'm testifying on today. And I just want to say I want to thank the County Council for all your support that you guys provided the police department throughout the years. And again, I thank you for your time and I don't want to take too much up.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Member Cook.
Thank you for your testimony. Will the K-9 units be able to help with the firework issue?
Yes,
as far as when you said explosives?
Yes, so that's one of the things that they can detect. They have different, several different types of explosive that they can detect, and flash powder that's in fireworks is one of those items.
Thank you for clarification. Mahalo.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Shoot, I forgot your title.
Don't worry about Lieutenant.
Aloha, Lieutenant. Kalame. Mahalo for your testimony. How soon do you need this space? Because this project isn't going to be built anytime soon, and therefore you wouldn't be getting this space soon. So if it's something that's urgent, then perhaps we should discuss having this sooner than whenever this may or may not ever be built. Because it sounds important.
Yes.
And if it's important, then let's have that discussion and we can find a space for you.
No, I appreciate that. I was granted some money to build a couple kennels at the Wailuku station. So we'll be able to house those K-9s that we recently got. But in our budget, we are allotted several more K-9s that we're planning to purchase. And if it's immediately and if it depends on the outcome of this hearing and whatnot, we will probably look forward to trying to at least build more kennels in the Kihei area if we're able to.
Okay, because this has, 17 plus years. So I don't know when you would ever get that space. So again, if this is something that, we need to do more urgently and we take it up, then let's talk about it. Yeah. Mahalo.
Appreciate it.
Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant. Kind of same question. Just because you support the K-9 unit area doesn't mean that you support taking out the 450 affordable housing condition, right?
Yeah, personally, I'm just here on behalf of the Maui Police Department, and my main focus is just trying to serve the community the best that I can. I don't want to, I mean, since I testify in the police department, I don't want to try to influence my own personal opinion about a matter. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is George Burnett. He is testifying on the proposed county communications related to unfinished business.
To be followed by?
To be followed by Leslie Milner. So, Mr. Burnett, because that is one section, unfinished business on the agenda, we will use the 3-minute time clock.
Oh, I have 3 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, I think this is slightly over 3 minutes, but I'll give it a shot.
Is it for more than one item?
Well, I put down CC 24-30-31-32-33, but when I practice this, it's just under 4 minutes, so.
Chair, those items are listed under unfinished business related to Honolulu Wele 670.
Yeah, I think because we allowed one testifier the opportunity to go beyond the major heading into the county communications, we'll let this one go too.
Chair.
Okay. Or I could make it 171, 172 if you want, I guess.
No. You know, you said you have 4 minutes.
Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question about what you just said.
Yeah.
What are you saying about testimony, about limiting testimony?
Madam Clerk, can you repeat what you just said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In general, we have followed the practice of 3 minutes on each general category, such as resolutions, ordinances, whether they're first reading or second and final, and unfinished business being one category that typically would have 3 minutes.
I think that violates what OIP tells us. We're supposed to allow testifiers to testify on each agenda item.
Okay.
We've never done a category.
I'm not going to entertain a debate.
Oh, no,
on
this is important. This is our procedure.
No, it's not important.
It is important.
Member,
Chair.
please. Otherwise, I'm going to call a recess. I just said to the testifier,
Then
he
call
can
a
take
recess.
the time.
Call a recess. Because
When
if you're
I'm
changing the
ready,
rules right
please
now,
proceed
that is
with your
not right,
testimony.
Chair.
Please proceed with your testimony.
No, what the procedure is being said right
Please
now
proceed with
is
your
not
testimony.
accurate and violates sunshine law.
Go get your... will the meeting of the council meeting of June 27th please reconvene? I think we left off. I apologize to the public and to the people here for that exchange and the disagreement that shouldn't have been aired in person. I tried to call recess, but couldn't. But now we're proceeding, going forward. You're not going to hear any of that anymore, period. And so we're ready for the next testifier. And just for clarification, as I started to say and I started to do earlier, was to give everybody that extra time that they needed for multiple items on the agenda. So, Mr. Burnett,
Okay.
go for it.
Good morning, Chair. I come in peace.
I know you do. I wish everybody did.
Yasu? Okay. I think I'm testifying on CC 24-30. Maybe some of it's in CC 24-33, the 450 units.
Okay, it'll help us if you do one at a time.
Okay. Well, I kind of glommed it all. But if you want to stop me, just stop me. And I have to confess, I cheated on my homework. What I'm going to read was created by artificial intelligence.
That's fine.
And I was fascinated by it because I took computer courses in the 70s. And I used ChatGPT and I entered the sentence, should more luxury homes or more affordable homes be built on Maui? And I actually did this twice, several weeks apart. And one of this is an outline. Another one is more readable form. That's what I'm going to read. The question of whether more luxury homes or more affordable homes should be built on Maui is deeply tied to economic, social, and environmental factors. Here's a breakdown of the key considerations. This first bullet point says, affordable homes, a strong case for local needs. Maui, like much of Hawaii, faces a severe housing affordability crisis. Many residents, especially those working in tourism, agriculture, and service industries, are priced out of the market. Building more affordable homes would help local families stay on the island, supporting the social fabric and cultural heritage of Maui. Affordable housing is crucial to retaining essential workers such as teachers, healthcare workers, and first responders. Addressing the disparity between high housing costs and local wages could reduce homelessness and alleviate economic stress for residents. The next bullet point is luxury homes, economic and environmental impacts. Luxury developments can bring in significant tax revenue and support construction jobs, but these benefits often don't directly aid local communities. Many luxury homes are bought as vacation properties or investments, remain vacant for much of the year, which doesn't contribute to addressing housing needs. Luxury developments often require extensive land use, potentially impacting Maui's delicate ecosystems and increasing water and energy demands. The next bullet is environmental and cultural considerations. Maui's land is limited, and prioritizing affordable housing helps ensure that developments align with the needs of the community rather than external demand. Overdevelopment for luxury markets can erode the island's cultural identity, making it feel less like home for locals. I think that's what we're talking about. Conclusion. Building more affordable homes aligns better with the long-term sustainability and cultural preservation of Maui. Luxury homes contribute economically. While luxury homes contribute economically, they often exacerbate inequality and displacement. Focusing on affordable housing can foster a more resilient and inclusive community. And I'd like to read two more sentences from the other run of this that I did.
Disregard the alarm.
Okay, two more sentences. And thank you. Building more affordable housing on Maui directly addresses the island's most pressing needs, keeping locals housed, supporting the economy, preserving the culture and environment. While luxury homes generate revenue, they often do so at the expense of the community's long-term health. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Budget Director Leslie Milner. And Ms. Milner, please let us know which item or items you're testifying on, to be followed by Justin.
Okay, the students are leaving. Just want to let you know that what you saw, the outburst you saw, we did that for you.
Thank you for coming.
Bye. Okay.
Budget Director Alyssa Milner.
Aloha Chair, aloha council members. I'm here today to testify on bills 84 and 85. And to paraphrase Councilmember Pelton, I'm coming from you live and direct from the nation's capital. I'm here to participate in the Government Finance Officers Association annual conference. So that gets started tomorrow, but I'm glad to be here with you today. The two bills I'm testifying on this morning are both additional grant funds for the fiscal year 26 budget. One is for DEM, which will update a previous Ma'alaya wastewater study, including reviewing the requirements to get the wastewater from Ma'alaya to the Central Maui treatment facility. And it's also looking at an alternative of getting the wastewater from Ma'alaya to Kihei. So we're looking at multiple options there. The second is funding for vouchers for the acquisition of 2 electric vehicles. So thank you, Chair. I just asked for floor action today so that we can access those funds expeditiously. Mahalo.
All right, questions? Vice Chair Sugimura.
I just want to say congratulations. You're going to be a speaker at the conference, talking about your successes with the budget. So thank you, Ms. Milner.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
and not just my successes. I'll be talking about all your successes as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Director.
Chair.
No more questions. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Justin Kikivi. He's testifying on Committee Report 24-120, County Communications 2430, 2431, 2432, and 2433.
Hello, my kako. My name is Justin Kikoa Kikivi. Thank you guys for being here and holding this space. So I'm opposing CR 24-120. I don't agree with the Wailea 670's amendments in their proposals. Quick backstory, I've been involved with this project for a little over 10 years now, and we challenged them a lot in the beginning stages. We were trying to shut it down for all kinds of reasons, and it just kept moving forward through the process and the governing bodies, and it came to a point where we're like, okay, well, some of the people went into litigation. I didn't want to go that route with them because you become silenced. You can't testify, you can't say things or do things. So I tried talking and working with some of their land reps and steering that va'a in a different direction. I was like, okay, we can't lead them. Maybe we can try and help them guide this to a better thing for our community. And you know, that was very frustrating trying to work with them. They have many different people we had to work with over the years, and it was just, everything was denied. Everything was left to deaf ears. Super frustrating. The one thing they did acknowledge was the cultural center and the native plant nursery, which I support. You know, it's a good thing. That was our idea. If we're gonna have a preservation there, we gotta grow Hawaiians. We gotta put them back on the Aina, and cultural center for education and all of that. So I wasn't under the impression of how they were gonna do it though. You know, I didn't realize the parks are gonna lose money, just that whole process. The way, they're basically saving a lot of money if you really look at what they're doing and how they're doing it instead of giving that $5 million to the parks. So that's one of the issues, the water. So the applicant's request to amend 3554 is the water. Condition 1 was the water. You guys, we gotta go back. We gotta pump the brakes. You know, this whole Kamaole aquifer is not capable to give what they want. And other people are wanting to tap into it. So you can build this big development and then not gonna have water. And also it doesn't make sense to drain the water that's feeding the preserve, yeah? So that's another one. Condition 2 was the transportation requirements. They're not gonna work if they expand from Kilohana to Waileaike. You gotta think of about like a funnel, right? There's no outlet. they're not expanding the outlets. So all the traffic gonna get stuck up on the top and the back end. And that's not a solution. You gotta make bypasses and ways out. And then condition 10, I talked about the culture center. So I'll move on, I know my time, to the CCs 24, 32, 33. They all kind of address housing. Mahalo, council members, for proposing those. I support all of those. That shows that you guys really listen to our last testimonies and are representing our community. So that 450 affordable units is so important for our community. And if you guys vote against that, that just shows where your heart lies. So you have a huge opportunity to give us 162 more units. Please, please do that. That's all we're asking for. You know, we're not getting the 700, but we'll take the 450 if that's all we can get. Yeah, the deed restrictions should be extended, and then I like the idea about the lottery selection. Locals first. You know, we've catered to the outside for so long, and we're in this crisis. And I just want to close with, it was kind of emotional seeing our kupuna come up here and give testimony, because they shouldn't have to do that. Yeah, they should be home with their mopuna, but they know what's at stake. So mahalo, you guys. Mahalo for being here, and mahalo for stepping up for our community and our keiki. And I just ask this council to make the right vote. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Kikive. I'm so happy you're able to make it. I heard your testimony the other day, and you said you might not be able to. So mahalo for your testimony and for being here in person. My clarifying question, since you were, involved in this in some form from kind of the beginning, it sounds like initially when it was going to be 50%, 700 units, that was kind of the trade-off. Is that your understanding, was that while there was a lot of opposition, the attraction of having that many workforce units was kind of what pushed it over the edge, and now here we are considering 288?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a huge controversy back then, and the only reason it got voted for was it was that 700. We needed that 700 so desperately, and now they just keep chipping away at it, and we cannot believe the developer. They're not showing you guys your guys' books. I mean, that's pretty common sense. So, yeah, we need the max that we can get.
Mahalo, Mr. Kikivi. Mahalo, Chair.
Fulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kikivi. I just wanted to clarify the part about where you said they're saving money. Is that like the $5 million from the Little League or something like that?
Yes, so it's my understanding they're supposed to give that amount to the county parks program. But the way they're doing this culture center is like they want to appraise the land and minus that out of that $5 million. And they want to appraise the land at what it is now, not at what they bought it at, not at what, you know what I mean? So already that number is increasing and that pot of that $5 million is decreasing. So that's not fair, you know what I mean? I mean, I think if they're going to do it, the culture center should be given, and you still do the parks too. Like, that's, at least do that, you know what I mean?
And the other part I wanted to clarify, when you said, I think about the Kama'ole aquifer and tapping it out, is it only the Wailea 670 development that pulls from that aquifer? Or if they tap out the entire aquifer, it's more than just this development that will be without water?
To my understanding, there's other people tapping into the same aquifer and other plans in the future to tap into that same aquifer. I don't know the studies and the numbers about that, and that's what I'm requesting you guys do. You know what I mean? Pump the brakes. We still got to build on whole town. There's no reason to rush this development forward and give these developers what they want. So,
in your involvement, did they mention if the affordable housing would be single family or multi-family or any of that?
Yeah, it was back and forth, and then I didn't realize. So even though that whole thing, yeah, this for the rental units, that's another thing I don't agree with, because when they max out, not a developer can change that and sell the units or raise the rents costs and everything too. So that should be kept in perpetuity, right? Like that's how you keep it affordable, not 20, 30 years. Like that's not even a whole generation.
So to clarify, for the rental units, when the deed restriction ends, then they can sell it at market rate if they so choose?
That's what I understand, and I don't agree with. Yeah.
Member Sinansi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Mr. Kivi, for your testimony this morning. You mentioned the cultural preserve. Would that be potentially used if there are any cultural inventory or burials that are found on the property? Was that the reason for the preserve?
So, to my understanding, the reason for the preserve was part of a condition that they were obligated to do. And the boundaries, we wanted it a little bigger because they were trying to knock out a lot of cultural sites, but they did what they did, of course, keeping it as small as possible. But it is a nice size preserve, and it's going to save a lot of sites, but it's not going to save everything. Okay. But the location of it could be pushed more south to prevent Palawea River from being impacted by it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Bonnie Newman, testifying on Committee Report 24-120, to be followed by the Royal House of Hawaii.
How many more after the Royal House?
There are approximately 13 after.
Good morning.
Good morning, aloha, and thank you all for being here and being so keenly interested that you're willing to serve. My name is Bonnie Newman. I have gratefully resided full-time on Maui for 39 plus years. I've also lived as a happy renter in Maui Meadows for over 25 years. At the time this started, I was on the board of the Maui Meadows Neighborhood Association and president for 10 years, and president of that association for 3 or 4 years. And I certainly, in 2008, I was in on many meetings about what was going to happen there. And I could say I walked the land, but actually I scrambled over that rocky land at least half a dozen times, looking at cultural sites and so forth. I want to state that there's no need for this at all. I've been a licensed realtor here for over 35 years, and we have enough vacant luxury homes, second home, third homes, that are used at Christmas time. And yes, they employ gardeners and maids and so forth. That is very true. But we don't need any more of them. And as far as affordable and workhouse, they're not affordable at all. I doubt that there's anybody much in the audience that could afford anything that's going to be built there. But I'm going to, and yes, I think there should be at least 450 of those houses, but I'm not going to dwell on that. What I'd really like to say is that from the very first, the condition before they started anything except perhaps grading on that land was that the last mile of the Pi'ilani Highway be widened. I travel that so often, I can't figure out how they're going to do it besides the Blue Rock. There are some houses there, but that's beside the point. It has to be widened before they start. It's already like a parking lot so many times of the day. I know that some residents of Maui Meadows, they give up trying to get out at times when it's so crowded already. And thank God, finally, after 14 years, we got another stoplight there. But we don't need it. We don't want it, those of us that live there, and that highway has to be widened before they start doing any sort of building there. I can't emphasize that enough. I think that that's really, really important for you to understand. It's not fair for us residents, our longtime residents, and lots of Kapuna that live in Maui Meadows and adjoining neighborhoods. We can't get out. So, thank you for listening to me, and anybody got any questions?
Paulton has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Newman. Just wanting to clarify your concern with the widening of Pi'ilani Highway prior to the construction of any homes. The land being given for the first responder campus is not enough to make you feel safe if there's a fire and you can't get out?
Well, it's true. We live in a big cul-de-sac. We always worry about fire and how are we going to get out. No, I think the first responder, yes, okay. But building all these things with all the trucks going, it's going to clog up even more. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. But building just a few, okay, we can get away with that because they have built, I call it the rape of McKenna. And I hate to see Wailea further, quote, raped by things that are not needed by the people who live here and pay taxes.
And to clarify, when you said just a few, is it like you would be okay with the affordable housing being built first and then widen the road and then build the rest? Or?
No.
Oh, no.
I don't want anything being built.
You want the road widened first?
The road widened first so that these big trucks can get through and we can get through, that we can get home, that we can get to dental and medical appointments. Yes?
Thank you
and
for that.
Our precious beaches, because we deserve to be able to get down that road.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mahalo. Mahalo for your time.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Royal House of Hawaii, and if you could please let us know which item you're testifying on, to be followed by, Millie King.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I forgot the exact numbers of the topics, but I'm just wondering, would I get more than 3 minutes though if I was to speak on like more than just one?
Yeah, you have 3 minutes per item.
Okay. Honorable council members, I stand before you all today as an allodial land royal patent heir under Heva Helu 3237, and asserting that any attempts to pass bills, permits, or titles related to the land in Hawaii are fundamental, flawed, and potentially illegal. Simple, every parcel of land in Hawaii is held under royal patent, allodial title, patented by the government of Hawaii, Royal Government of Hawaii. And this title lasts forever. It says it in the TMK paperwork under legal info, giving you the royal patent, who are the rightful owner of that land the building or house illegally sits on. And recently has been changed. So why is it being erased from the legal info of everyone's TMK? Because I'm pretty sure you have to show the royal patent, since the state manipulated our boundaries to create their own boundaries on a TMK, which is again a crime on an international level. As such, any efforts to create new land trust bills or schemes that contradict the existing royal patent allodial titles would be a crime on an international level, because these titles are rooted in the Constitution of Kamehameha III and the laws of the Kingdom of Hawaii, which supersede any subsequent attempts to alter or undermine them. It's perplexing to hear testimonies about wanting to create land trusts for regular people when in fact the land is already held in perpetuity under royal patent allodial titles for specific ohana. These titles that were forever established, that last forever, established during the Mahele, provide a clear framework for governance and decision-making regarding the land. It developed sacred lands that won't be seen again, built on my ohana's burials, built above my grandmother's cave that provided for all you people's waters. built on cultural sites are never going to be bring back again. Illegally evicting many Kanaka at gunpoint after our mahele and our overthrow. Oh my God. And illegally jailed my auntie during after the mahele and overthrew my auntie. Illegally jailed Kanaka, shipping them like cattle across the world, creating historical and ongoing generational traumas, and no more development because it is in fact all illegal and all invalid with all your clouded chains of titles and proven to be a crime on an international level because our royal patents could never be beaten. With all businesses and corporations with big plans, they all need to hire. And many large landowners and developers target many Native Hawaiian men, using them as puppets for them to think that it is easy money. And they continue on business as usual, allowing the corrupt government to mismanage our home, participating in the endless natural resource extraction model that is desecration, that is real estate development, knowing that, then continue to lie to themselves by indulging in the benefits of said business through the invasive alcohol, drugs, social media, and an infatuation with material items that distract them from the reality that these issues cannot be ignored for much longer, or we're sacrificing our subsistence cultural lifestyle and subjecting our children to a disconnection from Aina, bringing more jobs that don't even help or benefit the community or either overall health of the people, and they continued on and they labeled it as C-shapes, planters, and features. But our culture is not C-shaped, planters, or features. Given the historical context and the existing legal framework, it's evident that the Native Hawaiian people, with their royal patent allodial titles, would be the best suited to govern and decide what happens on their ancestral lands from after all they lived through from the challenges and effects of the land mismanagement, and will likely prioritize sustainable and community or the county council to respect the existing legal framework and recognize the rights of the Native Hawaiians to their lands as established by the royal patent and allodial titles. Any attempt to undermine these rights will be a continuation of the injustices that have plagued our islands since and before 1893. So follow Kamehameha III's laws and contact the descendants of the royal patents as needed, because I'm pretty sure none of the descendants of Kanehoa or Kanahoa have been contacted in regards of this development in Wailea.
And please identify which item you're going to be testifying on, to be followed by Janet 6. Please identify which item you're going to be testifying on, to be followed by Janet 6.
Again?
Millie King, please go ahead and unmute on your end. Chair will come back to her. Janet 6, please go ahead. Janet 6. Chair will move on to Jocelyn Costa, testifying on committee reports 24-120, County Communication 2430, and 2433.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jocelyn Costa. I'm very familiar with 24-120, not in its current state, but from when it first began, when the mayor at that time was Mayor Victorino, and one of our championed county council member was Michelle Anderson. And I want to speak a little bit about what the last testifier was talking about. If you look at their descriptions, they call out all of the royal patents. And in the time of, in the chambers, Councilmember Michelle Anderson had asked Charlie Jenks at the time, who was the manager, if they could see his actual title that they didn't see with Aki Sonoto. The Willy Willies were in their reports non-existent, and all of a sudden now they want to help the Willy Willy trees. in there also, it says plan shall include minimum preservation. Minimum preservation. And most of it was for plants, not so much potential burial sites, because they tried to steer away from it. These are all just farmlands, they said. The C shape was just for them to farm. And as we walked the land, we found out different. And their newly hired archaeologist had a hard time explaining to us how he came up with his conclusions on what those things were. So I see my time is up for that. And its relationship with the United States, which you're the representative of, because within the United States, there's this thing called the doctrine of political question. And if these lands come from another country, there's a boundary that cannot be crossed. Also, talking about boundaries, within the laws of Hawaii, boundary laws of Hawaii, once a boundary is established, it cannot be questioned. So no one questions the boundary really, because it's the tax map key that cuts everything up. And again, a violation. And so, you know, I'm trying to prevent liability down the road. Maybe not in your lifetime, maybe it is. Michelle Anderson at the time asked if Charlie Jenks could produce the title, the actual title. And he says, well, I don't have it on me. I'll provide it later. And it's been forgotten, never to be brought up again, never to be spoken again. And I'd like to bring that up again, because the if any clause really puts a gray area on whether or not you really should be even considering this to even break ground. But besides that, everything that was reported initially back at the original state of this was all found to be not true. No impacts, no cultural impacts, no ecological impacts, just no impacts right through. We're just gonna be good stewards and we're gonna do this.
Okay.
I guess the
And
other
it didn't come out.
clarification that I had was the finding of no significant impact at that time when it was being done was Hawaiian kilo papahoku, or archaeoastronomy widely known about. And that's why they didn't know. They just walked the land and saw rocks, but they didn't have the knowledge to identify the structures.
That is correct. I was there. I was fortunate to be there to watch the works of Kumu Mike Lee. He didn't have to walk the land to know the land because of the kilo papahoku that he does. And he studied the sky and the stars, and he knew exactly what the landscape was, where everything was. I mean, till today, if you say it, nobody's going to believe it. But when I was there, the project personnel was there, and the archaeologists, and they stopped at one site that they were so proud to know that they had found. And they stopped Kumu Lee and said, okay, what does your star map show? Because ours says there's something here. And he goes, oh, okay. Let's align my map with your map. And they said, okay, so what we have is a house structure. He goes, no, it's not a house structure. This is where the ali'i, when they would walk, is where they came to rest. And in this area, there is a place where the centaurians, he said, the people who watched the ali'i would stand. And they go, well, where is that? And he goes, it's over there. And when we walked over, there was this place where you could stand and overlook the area. And then he said, and this is where the mo'o runs. And they went, really? He goes, yeah. They go, where does he run? And his stick, with nobody standing next to it, tilted, and we found the puka.
Thank you. I did see him do something similar at Honolulu, which also has a heiau named Honua Ula. So I've seen the same thing that he did in Honolulu side.
Okay.
So for me, it's just a slap in the face for them to present something like this and think that they're doing a wonderful thing, and yet they put in language, plan shall include a minimum preservation.
Okay,
and I've heard all the falsehoods throughout the years.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Any more questions, members? If not, thank you. May we have the next testifier?
Oh, I just interrupted her item.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. You can continue with your next item.
I'll try to just sum it up with the three. And I think, pretty much the 31, 32, 33 is trying to hold their feet to the fire. I support that they don't reduce, but I think what we should also do is reverse and bring it back to course, which was 700. However, their justification may be, cost and, them wanting to do all of these things. Well, time has gone by, and therefore, we also have a course that should be adjusted. We don't have the amount of water that may have been available at the time of deliberation originally. And even at that, it came up with show me the water. So if they're going to be saying price impact and all for justification, then we should also be saying, well, you're going to need to reduce it on your market value because of, also impacts on the environment, also impact on climate change, also impact on the use of affluents that may end up that will end up in the ocean. I just spoke to someone in Miloli'i that said because they're starting to really build out up there, they're finding more affluents into the fisheries there, the Opelo. And so I can only imagine the impacts of the ocean with the affluents that may be seeping down into that area. So if we're going to be fair about it and we're going to be cutting back, they should be cutting back. And yes, they should not ever do a golf course there. And yes, they should be putting in for more preservation on our ecology, the native plants and species. It was only because of the work of the community and other private sectors that they were called out to do that. If we had left it up to them, they wouldn't have done any of that. So I encourage less housing, and I am against the 120. I think my time is up, or I don't know.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Costa. I just wanted to clarify the word that you use, affluent. Is it in the context of sewage emissions?
Yeah, I think she meant effluent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, because that ground is porous. Yeah, in the history of Hawaii, there are areas out there where that's where they would go collect their fresh water in the ocean. So if the water is reaching the ocean, can you imagine what that sewage is going to be like?
And then it would have negative effect on the fishing as well.
It would have irreparable harm.
Thank you.
Something we probably couldn't get back.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair will return to Janet 6, and then she'll be followed by Paele Kiakona. Janet 6, please go ahead and unmute on your end. The directions to unmute are in the chat for anyone who's having potential issues on that. To mute and unmute for Windows, Control-Shift-M, or Mac is Control-Shift-O. And you can also turn on and off the mic up at the top right corner of your screen.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Janet Six, you may want to try to call in instead, and those instructions are in the chat. I see that Melly King is online. We'll return to you immediately after this testifier, Paele Kiakona.
Hello, Kako. Hello, Chair. Hello, Council. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak again today. I feel like I was just here because I was just here like 2 days ago. I think at this point, maybe I should just bring on bed and sleep over here. But the positive is we get plenty to talk about, so I have more than 3 minutes to speak. So that's pretty cool. But anyway, I'll be discussing first CR 24-120 and the companion bills and communications. So I will be walking through each one. So when speaking on CR 24-120, specifically Bill 171, the proposal to remove the conditions that 450 affordable units be built within Wailea 670 is kind of out of pocket. That is a fundamental shift in the deal that the community accepted years ago to make this even minutely palatable to the council at the time. And this is the exact kind of erosion that Councilmember Joanne Johnson warned us about. You know, she voted against Wailea 670 back in 2008 because she saw how these approvals could be used to bait the public and then slowly stripped away. And that is exactly what we're seeing. So this bill removes the golf course, which I 100% support, because 18 holes utilizes roughly 1 million gallons a day, which could equate to about 1,500 to over 3,000 homes. But that being stripped away is in itself the bait, right? Now moving on to 172. It is just as troubling by removing the affordable units from 700 to 288, and the rest of the 450 units may be deed restricted in perpetuity, but without the enforceable language, we're being left with that dangerous loophole. Yeah. But what's astounding to me is the last piece of bait that I witnessed today. I do want to acknowledge the MPD and the people that came today, and I 100% respect and support them, and understand that the public safety in South Maui is stretched pretty thin. But I have to be honest, that the 550 being offered by the developer for our fire and police facility is not a serious investment. In Wailea, that barely covers the cost of one home. So let's be real, the condition is being used as a justification to greenlight a project that has cut hundreds of housing, weakened environmental protections, and erased community planning. So if we're being serious about public safety, we should fund it through long-term planning, not as a consolation prize in a developer giveaway. So that concludes my CR 24-120.
Questions on that?
Okay.
No questions.
I'll be moving on to Council Communication 24-30. If the 450 affordable units tied to this project are going to be built off-site, which already moves us away from what was originally promised, then we have to make sure that that they stay truly affordable for good. That means strong, permanent deed restrictions, no loopholes, no backdoors. So yes, I am in full support. Because we've all seen what happens when those protections are weak. Units are flipped, they get rented out, they turn into short-term rentals, and they vanish from our housing inventory. So CC 24-30 is about tightening that up. So I am in full support. Moving on to CC 24-31, I am also in strong support. Mahalo Council member for that proposal. We see too often that housing built intended for local residents immediately is snatched up by vultures looming over the economic hardship that face us locals daily. So we definitely need to ensure that the actual Maui residents get first access to the housing, not the ones who own a second home here and just send a few pieces of mail to that property and go to the DMV and go get a license that says I am now a Hawaii resident. That's not a Hawaii resident. So full support of that. Moving on to CC 24-32, proposed by Councilmember Gabe Johnson, also in full support because that builds on the amendment proposed by Tamara Paulton, adding the length of residency requirement as a safeguard so that the investor vultures can't just use their Kama'aina discount card as a standard of recognizing true locals of Maui. These are kind of policy changes we need if we are going to stop the hollowing out of our Maui community. Lastly, CC 24-33, introduced by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, making sure we reduce housing or amenities. We don't also lose, by reducing housing and amenities, we don't also lose the infrastructure safeguards. This is a critical piece, and we owe it to the lives of Lahaina that was lost to make sure that we are not putting ourselves in a similar situation. First and foremost, if we're speaking on public safety and they were here today, the very people who keep us safe in the public, if we're at all going to honor them, we also need to make sure that they're able to do their jobs. So the infrastructure piece is probably one of the most important ones here. So obviously restoring the robust requirements for roads, water system, and environmental protections before any home is developed, that is first and foremost. Ensuring that the parks and open space funding is real and not just transferred into unidentified cultural facilities, and keeping the enforcement mechanism effective so the community's promises aren't quietly undone. So there was a lot there, but that concludes my testimony. Mahalo.
Questions? If not, thank you very much. Next.
Chair, we'll return to Melly King. We can see you're online, so go ahead and unmute on your side.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to be talking about CR 24-120 and touch on 24-30 through 24-33. So, aloha mai kākou. My name is Melly King. I'm born and raised on Maui. My ohana and I are longtime residents of Honua'ula. I oppose the Honua'ula Wailea 670 project entirely. However, if this project is going to move forward, I strongly support the amendments by Council members Rollins, Fernandez, Paulton, and Johnson. South Maui is in crisis with not enough water, roads, or infrastructure to support the multiple massive luxury developments currently in the pipeline. It sickens me that thousands of luxury homes are scheduled to be built, with the vast majority not being occupied by Kama'aina who continuously battle for housing security. Since the beginning, this project has received approvals based solely on its lies, inaccuracies, and unkept promises. It narrowly passed 5-4 because of promises to build 700 affordable units, widen Pi'ilani millions for parks and historic preservation. Since then, anything potentially benefiting locals is being greatly reduced and stripped away, yet this project continues to move forward. Today, our water, affordable housing, and infrastructure needs are far greater than 30 years ago. Wailea 670 already cut workforce housing to 450. Now it wants to slash it again to 288. Also, the fact that approximately half of those are to be rentals is not fixing the housing instability crisis, since it doesn't increase local home ownership. It just continues to enrich the developer who owns the land and receives the rents. The workforce housing promised with 0 lot lines and multifamily units is already subpar compared to what's going to be offered at market price. The least the developer can do is build what they promise. It is insulting and unacceptable that Wailea 670 wants the state, aka taxpayers, to pay for road widening in exchange for units they've already promised. This is sleazy, but smart on their part, since they know that it'll cost them less to build a few more already promised units than it will cost them to widen Pi'ilani, of which the true cost to build is unknown. Pi'ilani is a slow-crawling nightmare, proven inadequate for our current traffic. If a natural disaster such as fire or tsunami happens, we are trapped. A bypass Mauka of Pi'ilani must be built before allowing any more development to start. Wailea 670 hasn't been able to prove that they have their own water source and will not be a strain on our already overtapped system. These untrustworthy developers are not transparent, and their project is appalling. In contracts, if you fail to fulfill promises, you are in breach and it becomes void. Why are developers consistently allowed to make promises they have no intention of keeping to get their plans passed? If a project is approved based on specific promises and requirements, these must be kept, or they must be required to start over from scratch, showing their actual true intent. It's no coincidence that the players in all these developments are the same: lawyers, archaeologists, etc. They say their numbers don't pencil out, neither does our give up. It's time to set the precedent. Either they build what they say or they go away.
Did you cover all of the items you wanted to?
Yeah, I did. Mahalo.
Okay. Members, questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will return to Janet 6. She's calling in by phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yay! I'm so sorry. I was clicking everything possible, but sometimes my phone. I'm here to comment on CR 24-120 as the county archaeologist. I followed this project since I was at the university, probably like 2006 or 8. It came on my radar. I know the archaeological inventory survey was completed in 2012 and finalized by Shifty in 2015, which is more than 10 years ago. An archaeological inventory survey and its testing strategies run with the project, not the parcel. It sounds to me, based on numerous testimony and my own information, that this project has changed numerous times, including greatly enlarging the preserve. And I'm really happy that Justin Kaivi brought up the fact that of the $5 million, some of it is going to be a land swap at current market value. The 2015 AIS that was completed was based on several lawsuits. The initial survey was done, found like 27 sites. They sued. Another one was done, they found 47. Another one was done, they found 700. Some of those they couldn't relocate. So I don't have a lot of faith in the archaeological inventory survey for this particular project. I would recommend supplemental AIS, which would mean taking the AIS that have already been done, modifying a testing strategy, a test where there's a lot of ground altering activity. Very little subsurface testing was done for this project. And my concern is that of what happened at the Hokulia development in the 90s on the Big Island, where you start to pop lava tubes once you get in there. There is subterranean water flow. We know this from the eco indicators such as the Willy Willy and the Kiave, which have 30+ foot taproots. Also speaking to the archaeoastronomy that Michael Lee as a Papakila Hoku did, Kuheva Kikiloi, the owner of Noho Papa Archaeology, did his 2012 dissertation on Moku Mana Mana and the alignments of those rocks with the shining dark road of Kane, or the summer solstice. In 2018, Patrick Kirsch, who's probably one of the most published archaeologists in Oceania, on Alani, where he did remote sensing in Kikinui and found over 70 shrines in and amongst agricultural features. So you can't tease it apart and say this is ag, this is ceremonial. And 66 of those shrines line up directly with the Makali'i or the Pleiades. So there's really something to as above, so below. And oftentimes archaeology does a lot to quantify, to count, to measure, but it doesn't qualify. It doesn't say why. It doesn't apply meaning. So for me, I would like supplemental AIS testing based on the new project design. And also I would highly recommend something like a LiDAR survey. Given the wildly swinging numbers of sites that were counted on the three different archaeological inventory surveys, I think in a environment such as this, where we have countless Kapuna and others testifying as to seeing the sites, I have been on that property numerous times. A LiDAR doesn't have an agenda. It doesn't, it gets rid of human error. It's able to see directly through the overburden of the lantana and the fountain grass. And I think that would give us an accurate number of the sites that are there. Thank you.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Six. I just wanted to clarify, are you speaking on behalf of the Department of OAV Resources?
Yeah, I work for the Department of OAV Resources, and I have spoken to both director and deputy director about my concerns with this parcel. So yes, I'm speaking just as an archaeologist. Yeah. Thank you for the
That was my clarification, because you said you were the county archaeologist, but then you didn't say anything about the the Department of OEV Resources. So I just wanted to clarify that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I still am the county archaeologist. I hold a permit for the entire county of Maui, even though I'm now, as of last year, housed in the Department of OED Resources. But if you look online, I am the principal archaeologist for the county of Maui.
So, on further clarification, Dr. Six, you are speaking on behalf of the mayor and the administration then?
I'm speaking as an archaeologist about facts. Yes, so I'm speaking on behalf of the Department of OED Resources as to the cultural resources on the parcel and my knowledge of such. And also as a longtime Maui resident and an archaeologist. So I guess I can, if you want to take me out of the mayor's office, I don't want to speak for the mayor. I'm not with management anymore. I could speak on behalf of OED Resources, or I could simply testify as a longtime Maui resident, however you would be more comfortable. But these are just data. It's just data and facts. It's all available. It's not personal opinion.
Member Paulton, then Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Six. I wanted to clarify, I think, what you said about a subsequent supplemental AIS and a LiDAR survey. And I guess clarify the point of it. If this project moves forward, is it just to document the brilliance of Native Hawaiian culture and their knowledge of astroarchaeology, or would it be to change where things are built and not destroy them? Like, I just wasn't super clear, because I mean, I can be supportive of a subsequent supplemental AIS and LiDAR survey, but I'm not sure where we go after that with what is then the output of those things.
So having an accurate survey, having an accurate count of sites and features and how they function together would allow for the best possible use of the land. There was a lot of cattle drew chains across this area and destroyed lots of sites. So lots of the sites are no longer there, but there's a big chunk, and this is one of the largest dryland field systems still left that's intact, and that's why the preserve is so large. So, of course, I'd like to always emphasize the brilliance of the Hawaiian people, but also for me, it's simply documenting the best practices. And in 2012, LiDAR was not a best practice. It wasn't really used, right? Neither was archaeoastronomy. So the age of the AIS, I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying when you go from 27 sites to 40-some sites to 700 sites, there seems to be discrepancy amongst the archaeological inventory surveys that led to lawsuits. So again, for me, being familiar with this site, I would like to see a definitive mapping of the area, an understanding of the interrelation of the sites, as well as the eco-facts, which are the willy-willy trees, which are showing you subterranean water flow. Jocelyn Costa mentioned the effluent that would be probably traveling down through these waterways. So having a better understanding of the cultural landscape for the most informed development, that's my goal. I don't have a horse in the race as to develop or not develop. I do believe personally that Kihei is a traffic nightmare, so I do hear what lots of folks are saying, but I am speaking strictly as an expert on particular cultural resources and how we would best understand them on a landscape.
Thank you.
Member Rollins-Fernandez, and then Member Sinensi, then Member Rollins-Fernandez.
I can wait for a Member Rollins-Fernandez, Chair.
Oh, mahalo, Member Sinensi. Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Dr. Six. Mahalo for your testimony and for pointing out that the facts that the LiDAR would pick up on has no political agenda. It just is what it is. So I wanted to dovetail off of what Member Paulton was speaking to. So in doing a supplemental AIS, because of the significant discrepancies over the years, and it was obvious that the first AIS to have less significant sites helped to make the case that there wouldn't be damage done, there wouldn't be harm. And with more significant sites, then it becomes more obvious and clear that there is significant harm that would be done if this project is constructed. And so in providing this recommendation of doing a supplemental AIS and to have a LiDAR collect additional information, is it to help council members be better informed, to understand better the significance of this area and the destruction that would be caused, that would cause irreparable harm if this project is passed.
Yeah, I mean, information is education. It gives you something to, to make a decision based on. Again, I feel like the archaeological inventory surveys were a product of their time, the one that was done first in 99 and then subsequent and numerous lawsuits. So for me, let's get the most accurate data, make the most informed decision, have the least negative impact on significant cultural sites, and also don't silo them all. These are ag sites. You can't do that. There are going to be ceremonial sites because with the Hawaiian culture, you needed to know when to pick, when to harvest, when to do things, and that was often tied to sites on the landscape. For an example, out at Loa Loa in Kaupo, that heiau has a 66-degree azimuth. It lines directly up with the Pleiades. So it tells you when it's time to go to war. So there are lots of archaeoastronomy that are embedded into those as cultural meaning. So for me, having the most information, making the best choice, and also understanding, even if you don't see it above ground, there's very little subsurface testing here, no geotechnical boards to look for lava tubes, none of that. And when I was in the Land Use Commission with the Department of OEB Resources, it was commented, oh, these are just little squiggles on the map. These are just topography lines. Well, some of them are swales and could be collapsed lava tubes, given the eco-indicators such as the trees that are flourishing along the ridge line because they're getting water from somewhere. So we have to look at the landscape holistically. And I think having the most information allows us to make the most informed decision.
Mahalo, Dr. Six.
For everybody.
Oh, okay.
For everybody, not just,
for everybody.
Yeah.
Mahalo for that clarification, Dr. Six, because regardless of what title, what department you may or may not be speaking on behalf of, these are the facts that need to be considered and that we need to know. So I appreciate you testifying and providing additional information and recommendations. And Chair, I would like to request Dr. Six serve as a resource for us when the item comes up, if she's available.
Members, are there any objections to designating Dr. Six as a resource person?
No
Her
objections.
credentials are obvious. Yeah, but I do, Dr. Six, you do need to specify if you're speaking as an individual or on behalf of the mayor, okay? Thank you. And I'm not sure when this
I'm
item...
going to speak as an individual. I'll speak as an individual because I'm talking for the Department of OEB Resources, and I have never met the mayor. So I'll say I'm talking as an individual, I guess. I don't know.
All right, but I'm also saying I'm not sure what time this will come up, but probably sometime after lunch, maybe, I hate to say, but maybe 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Yeah, I'm free till 2. I can be here till 2.
Till 2. Okay, well, we'll try and
We can call
get you on.
Dr. Six when the item comes up or when it's close.
Perfect.
If that would be helpful.
That would be great if you could call me, given my audio is having issues with my county computer, so that would be great if you could call me. And I'll be listening in, but just in case I miss anything, given my audio situation, just give me a call.
Sure. Well, we are going to take a lunch break.
Stay in and listen. Yeah. Okay.
So you're going to be available practically all afternoon then, by phone?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right, no other questions, members, clarifying questions? Member Nancy?
Chair, that was my question, Mahalo. Member Rollins Fernandez. I have a ASF that Ms. Janet Six might be able to answer any questions when I bring it up, Chair.
Okay.
So thank you.
When the item comes up, okay. No more clarifying questions? If not, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Martin Hamilton, and if you could please let us know what item you will be testifying on. to be followed by Penelope Mackenzie.
And how many more after that?
Let's see. We have a total of 36. Oh, it's Penelope. I'm sorry. Yeah. I changed your ethnicity. You're welcome.
What is that? I'm sorry.
Martin Hamilton. No, it's Penelope, but it's spelled like P-A-H-N-E. So I made it like Samoan or Tongan or something. Yeah. Whichever.
Okay, so we have Penelope, because I'm trying to see
No.
how many more. So to give people a heads up that we're going to take a break at 12 to 1:30.
We have 16 more.
Okay, so we'll probably can handle maybe 3 or 4 more. Okay? So everybody can think about that and then come back after lunch.
We're on Martin Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, this is your opportunity to testify. All right, we'll move on to Penelope Mackenzie. So sorry. Testifying on CR 24-120.
What did you call her? Paniola?
Penelope, because there's a Pane Meatoga who was on earlier, and then I just figured they're related.
Okay. Sorry, we butchered your name.
That's okay. This week I tried to just speak from myself without writing anything down, and I'm not very good at that. So I'll try to be better at this. So thank you for holding this meeting. I'm Penelope Mackenzie. About the development and the issue with this Wailea project, I'm in opposition of this. Listening to the community, the meetings that have happened, the archaeologists, everyone that has spoke, that it clearly states that it's not wanted by the community, nor is it acceptable within the state of Hawaii or Maui for this to exist. The descendants and advocates of this, Ahupua'a should be the ultimate voice that happens in this area. We heard of colonized investors continuing to threaten litigation to the state of Hawaii, and the investors continuing to threaten litigation to the state of Hawaii and the County of Maui over Bill 9. To allow Wailea 670 to exist will further place a pain. To allow Wailea 670 to exist will further place the power of the investors and colonizing bulldozers greed to have power over Maui even more. They are not here for this. And with the statements that the council members have put in this, who is actually in charge of this land? Who makes these laws? How is marketplace in this district and affordable housing don't even make sense in the same sentence together? So the current long-term residents should have more of a say over.
Wanted to see if I could edit. I only wrote CR 120, but I wanted to talk about the other amendments also from Houghton and...
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Promise it won't be 12 minutes. Okay, aloha, my name is Kalia Adolfo, and like Paele, I should bunk bed with you. I was here for the other testimony about the Lahaina STR and all of that stuff. My main point is, let's not repeat history, people. Man, it's getting tired because we are in dire need. Okay, first of all, the water. And I hope your teachers told you about the history of the land. And if they didn't, here's a small thing. The water, it's not there. Naturally, the water does not run there other than the wetlands. They have to tap into it. And like Lahaina, what happens if you keep building, the wells are going to be capped again. And that's so sad. And why is because we're building up. And if you look at Kihei, South Kihei, it's another front street. And it's going to get worse. And like other resource people saying, we're in that cusp where you have the chance to protect the land, but also development, you know? But like Ms. Mackenzie said, I'd rather have no development from these developers. The fact that they keep saying 700, then 600, and the numbers keep going down, saying you can't trust these developers. I'd rather you just yank those permits, rip up the contract, and work with people who actually from here. You said 700. But when I look at you guys' amendments, there's nothing that said we're going to fight for that 700. You give an inch, they take the whole island and the whole state. Don't deal with these developers. They're telling you already what kind of people they are. We don't want that kind of people on our island and in our community. In fact, they're not even from the community. You have good, smart people out there that can build that 700 homes, that won't give you all these issues, that will consider the historical sites over there. And I'm sorry, that native preservation, why is it in a small place? Native preservation is the whole place. And if they don't have native plants, how is it going to function? You're going to come up with another flooding system. We can't even get the smartest engineers, not from Hawaii, to deal with the flooding on South Kihei. I don't even trust them to do the engineering up there. It's so important. I do love the lottery system. I do not agree with the non-residents having a part of the lottery system. We get too many residents that need homes. Perpetuity, very important. And I wish I could say I agree with 450, but I don't. That's too small. When you talk about preserving culture and traditions, when you look at the numbers, it's always, how are you gonna preserve tradition and culture when the people who are the culture and the tradition and the experts, there's less of them in that housing? I mean, 450, that means you're gonna bring in more people who doesn't even know the tradition and culture into a sacred place and then call it preserving tradition and culture. No, you gotta put the real experts in there. So I said I wasn't gonna take up 12 minutes, so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, members, do you have any questions? Member Paulton has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Adolfo. The part I wanted to clarify, I know you said that you're not even for the 450 because it should be the 700 as originally promised, but I wanted to clarify because the 700 isn't really an option for us today. I guess the option is between 450 and like 288. And if those are the choices we have, in that case, are you for the 450?
Oh, that's hard because you're putting me on record. I know.
I'm on record all day, every day. It's not fun.
I know.
Between 450 and 288, if those were your two choices.
Yeah, I would agree.
Excuse me 1 second.
Yes.
Just answer how it makes you feel comfortable. Okay, just.
Okay.
Don't worry about how anybody's reacting to you. Just say how you feel. Okay.
Well, you already heard the 700, but I'm going to say, I do agree 450 because that's where your heart is, and we need the people. And then reiterate, I like the 700.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair.
Yes.
Mahalo. Further clarification to your response to Member Bolton. You don't have to support 450. You can say that you don't support the project at 450, and even at 700. I know folks weren't even happy with 700, and they objected to the construction of this project in its entirety anyway.
Yeah. I do object to the entire project, but being part of the Lahaina community, we desperate. And if there was any way you could do something different, I wish you could. Not only for Ina, but for Maui. We're desperate. So any way you can help. Sorry.
700. Yeah, don't let anybody say no can. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark.
Chair, the next testifier is Autumn Ness, and she'll be testifying on CR 24-120, CC 2430, 2431, 2432, and 2433, to be followed by Les Iskovitz.
Good morning, Council. My name is Autumn Ness. I am nervous. I feel like you can hear my heart beating right now. Testifying on CR 24-120. This is really uncomfortable. I don't want to come here and talk disrespectful to anyone or in ways that means that we cannot work together anymore, because there are things we agree on and I don't want to jeopardize that. But I am nothing if not honest, and softer language seems disingenuous right now after having watched members in this room advocate for what is essentially a giveaway of what you know are desperately needed affordable homes to a developer who refuses to show an audit or tell us what their profit margin is. So I almost didn't come today, but how am I supposed to sit back and watch this happen so close to my house? And so here I am to express how ashamed I am of this entire process that has been shady at every turn, and frankly, of some of you, of the blatant ways you are choosing developer interests over your own people. At one point, when the harm being done to people in a place that I love is so great, how are we expected to remain civil? We tried civil for decades, and look where we are. As this happens, folks in this room are hiding behind procedure and decorum while they steal housing units from us. I came here to suggest that you do a lottery for the original 450 affordable units, and then for every unit you choose to give away, you choose one of those families to move away. Maybe you pay for their plane ticket too. To be more accurate, you choose which families. You look them in the eye. Which families will live in their parents' garage? You choose which families' grandparents will see their mo'opuna only once a year. That's effectively what you're doing here. These aren't just numbers of units. These are real people's lives, people that you know, people that I know. We see what's happening here, and it's hard for me to even look some of you guys in the eye, because standing here talking about how ashamed I am of your behavior is not how I want to conduct myself. But Maui Hub and Lahaina CLT, because we use county funds, we are ready to open our books at any time. We can show you how much our staff make, what our operations costs are. If LCLT promised 10 insurance gap families, but suddenly can only do 5 with the same money, I would have to show my work. We are prepping for our first annual audit voluntarily for transparency's sake, so you and our community can trust us when we talk about the cost of doing business. In fact, in 2022, the Pulelehua developer offered to this body not only to open their books, but to cap their profit at 10%. That's not radical, that's fair. It's not too late to change course here today to decide to keep the 450 units and start requiring developers to open their books when they ask for exemptions to requirements because they can't pencil it out. For CC 24-30, at the very least, restore those 450 units. That's already a compromise from the 700. I'm looking around at how many of you in this room have been in the housing conversation for so long. I've only been in this for like 12 years, and that's a blip compared to some of you. Campaign promises and speeches on this floor that affordable housing is your main priority mean nothing if you continue to give away already committed affordable units this community is literally dying for. CC 24-31, after my decade in housing policy and my decade in spending a lot of time with folks who have brought their communities across the continent housing stability, I have come to a point in my advocacy where I will settle for nothing less than affordable housing units that are protected in perpetuity. Everything else is frankly garbage. You can argue with that all you want, because here we haven't figured that out yet, but the national housing justice trend is perpetuity. Don't take my word for it. Ask ChatGPT. Mostly because the way that investment corporations and internet investment platforms are getting involved in the commodification of our housing stock here and across the nation, we cannot compete if we don't start now. Perpetuity is the only thing that will ensure that our kids are not having this exact same conversation here in 20 years. If they are even still here which is unlikely. Gosh, as I'm saying this right now, I'm wondering if we don't do something drastic, are they even going to be here to fight? Are our kids even going to be here to stand up for their kids? Because they're not going to do it from Washington. Sorry. CC 24-32, the long-time preference. I clearly am in strong support of this, essentially using the legally sound selection criteria that this body approved in Bill 111, giving longtime residents preference in the housing lottery. For years, this body and the housing department told us that it's illegal to give our people preference over new residents because of fair housing law. Sorry, there's nothing we can do about that, they said. They were wrong. We went across the continent to find legal experts in fair housing and anti-displacement protections. We learned that populations who are at risk of displacement, especially through things like redlining and economic pressures, are a protected class of people. We learned that DC, San Francisco, Seattle, the list is so long, all have strong local preference policies, all unique, that we could legally put our people first. Passing Bill 111 is the piece of legislation that I am the most proud of in my entire career. That we could pass a bill that finally put the staple people of our community first. Literally for once, that never happens. And then poof, it disappeared off the books. Deadline issue, they say. I've never seen anything like that in my entire political career. But then instead of fixing the deadline issue, the body just let it die. We see what's happening. We see that this body has answers. You know the legal way to put our people first, and then you don't do it. You cannot say that you care. You cannot say that you're trying. You cannot say that when you know the answers and you don't use them. I am begging you to put that language back into this project and reintroduce the bill that puts that language back in the code for all projects ASAP. Only your actions will show that you care. Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Yes, that was very thorough. I agree with Member Bolton. She did say it all. Mahalo, Ms. Ness. My clarifying question in this part of your testimony where you talked about going across the country to see what other folks are doing in order to combat the loss of housing inventory. Because some of the trends that I've seen is housing inventory lost to private equity firms all over. So owner occupied in perpetuity, have you seen evidence of this deed restriction combating the gobbling up of housing inventory across the country by private equity firms?
Yes, owner occupied, and people here haven't caught up to it, but affordable in perpetuity, and not something that's appraisal-based affordability scales, capped annual percent increases that are in line with the wage growth of that area, meaning that the price of these affordable units that are affordable in perpetuity will never outpace the growth of wages in the area. It's literally the only thing that I've seen. Aspen is not perfect. They've been doing this for 50 years, so they failed forward a lot. They started with deed restrictions that weren't affordable in perpetuity. And they quickly realized this isn't gonna work. Their median housing price for market rate housing went from like $1 million to $13.5 million. That's the median sale price for a home in Aspen right now. And because they've been doing this for so long, they decided in the first, I think, couple of cycles in their housing program that perpetuity or bust. And now 70% of their full-time housing stock is protected in perpetuity. And that's the only reason they have a functioning, that's the only reason the lifts in Aspen run right now, because of that.
Mahalo, Ms. Ness. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ness, for coming and bringing the fire that I love you so much to bring. You know, just to clarify that Bill 111 didn't die. The administration has to work on the portal, that website that's taken so long. I hate it too. I'll first off say that. I don't like the fact that it takes so long to actually change a system that has been broken for so many years, and we're trying to untie the knots of the past administrations. Yeah. It's not an easy gig.
No, it's not.
And I know that you worked so hard on Bill 11 when you worked in my office. You know, this is something I too am passionate about. We can't, if the administration can't push that portal forward, this amendment here can fix what we have today. So I just wanted to clarify that, you know, it's not dead, it's just we got to get the administration to do the portal.
If I may.
Please.
I think, I'm not trying to be also disrespectful, but we've seen how the county kind of uses antiquated systems and things that take a little bit longer than the private sector might. And so I fear, Lahaina Land Trust, we're not geniuses. We just have tools at our disposal, and there is a software portal nationally that community land trusts and other housing departments use that actually just is kind of built for this. And so I've been wanting to offer that to the department. I don't know if there's county laws that say we have to do it a certain way with our own, but there are ways to streamline this and to make it faster. It's software, you know?
Right.
We should have been able to implement this in the year after we passed the bill, honestly.
Right. I 100% agree. Right now, the administration's out of compliance, so.
Yeah.
With Bill 111.
If anyone wants to know about the software, we can show you the guy.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
And let's call the last testifier and then take the lunch break.
Chair, the next testifier is Les Iskovitz. And Mr. Iskovitz, if you could please let us know what items you will be testifying on, please.
Oh, boy. Can't hear you. Okay.
Okay, here I am. Can you speak me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Les Iskovitz. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I have been a licensed attorney in Hawaii since 1979. I live in Maui Meadows. I am testifying against the amendments to the law because they are multi-million-dollar gifts to the developers who donated tens of thousands of dollars to the political campaigns of the 5 council members who are poised to approve these multi-million-dollar gifts to the developers. 95% of the community testifiers have testified against the amendments in Bills 171 and 172 in this and prior meetings. But it obviously doesn't matter to a majority of the council who is poised to pass these amendments against unified community opposition. Nobody can argue with this reality. There is no water. Water restrictions in council. Water restrictions, we can't water our lawn, we can't wash our car. The council is willing to give precious water to billionaires who will spend 1 week per year on Maui. For the past 5 months, I set up a system which has allowed me to legally water my landlord's lawn every day. How? Because I take a bath every night, and I take the water every day, and I use it to water my landlord's lawn. I urge you, this water is precious. Please save it for the people who live here, not for the billionaires who buy expensive houses they don't use. 700 affordable housing units were promised as a condition of approval for this project in 2008. 450 were promised to be on site. The developers agreed to these conditions. If they had not approved, this project would not have been approved by council. The vote was only 5-4. It barely got through. Now they're down to as little as 238 units, affordable housing units that won't be permanent. I find it despicable. The widening of Pialani Highway is another promise that developers made. It's supposed to be widened before any construction took place at all. Another classic bait and switch. The developers say, oh, the state's going to widen the highway. They say it's just not true. So the state of Hawaii official position is there is no existing contract for the state to widen the highway. It's wishful thinking. I live in Maui Meadows. South Maui is already a parking lot at various times of the day. We have been promised widening of the highway since 2008. The majority of the council, you should feel guilty about breaking this promise that the prior council made. Now it looks like the widening might not happen for 10, 20, who knows, 30 years from now, because there's no money in the budget for it. All why? Because the developers of South Maui want to save $100 million and that it would cost them to widen the highway, and a majority of this council is prepared to give them this undeserved gift. And to me, it looks like payback in exchange for the huge campaign contributions. It reeks of apparent rampant appearances of propriety. I'm informing the county council that over an hour ago, as a citizen of Maui, I filed a complaint with the Maui Board of Ethics asserting that council member Tom Cook has violated the Code of Ethics. The complaint is 7 pages long and includes extensive case law, which strongly supports my complaint. I mailed a copy of this complaint to the county clerk. I emailed a copy of my complaint to all council members. You should have all received it by now. The state ethics law defines having a financial interest in a company as when you are employed by the company.
Time.
Mr. Cook is being paid $96,000 per year as a consultant for LC Hauling. As a matter of law, he has a financial interest in
Mr.
LC Hauling.
Ekovitz, can you please conclude your testimony?
I'm urging all of the council members to please take the lunch break. Please look at my application. There's a new executive director of the Maui Board of Ethics. She's a lawyer. She's executive director as a result of the charter amendment. And the issue comes down with ethics always to the appearances of impropriety. Over lunch, I invite you all to read the letter that I sent to each of you and the Board of Ethics. And I believe strongly that Mr. Cook is prohibited from voting on any matter before this council, before and until my complaint submitted to the Ethics Board is ruled upon by the Board of Ethics. Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions? If not, thank you very much. Members, it's time to take our lunch break until 1:30. This meeting is in recess. you.